Angela? Got it? Okay. All right. Getting everybody in order. Big job here this evening. Thank you for being here. It is Monday, December 19th, 2022 at 7 p.m. This is a meeting of the Bellbrook Board of Education in public for the purpose of conducting the school district's business. It's not to be considered a public community meeting. There is a time for public participation during the meeting as indicated on the agenda. As a reminder for those of you who do wish to speak, that our policy reminds you to state your name, state your address, and then direct your comments to the presiding officer, and this evening that would be me. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Lyman, would you give the treasurer's report, please? Oh, I'm sorry, and roll call, sorry.
Oh, yes.
I missed that.
Mr. Carpenter?
I think I'm here, yeah.
Mrs. Dorn?
Here.
Mr. Kinsey?
Present.
Mr. Price? Here. Mrs. Anderson?
Here.
All right, now, please, the treasurer's report. Thank you.
Can I get a motion to approve the minutes from the meeting held November 10th?
So moved.
Second.
All right, Mr. Lyman, please. Give us the details.
Mr. Carpenter?
Yes.
Yes. Mrs. Dorn?
Yes.
Mr. Kinsey?
Yes.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, could I get a motion to approve the treasurer's report for the month of November?
So moved.
Mrs. Dorn,
Second.
Mrs. Anderson.
Not really much to report on the treasurer's report for November, other than to say that we're right on schedule with our budget. The first blue sheet shows that with 42% of the fiscal year elapsed, we spent 41% of our budget in the general fund, and we received 46% of our revenue budget. So we received a little more than expected at this point, and spent just 1% less. But that's good.
Mhm.
Any other questions from all the reports I included here?
In the expenditures column, the other, it says that we've spent 107% in that category.
Right, that's one that is kind of strange, because whenever we do these advances where we loan money to another fund, I have to record it as an expenditure
Gotcha.
and as a revenue when it comes back in. It makes if I have to do a lot of them, I was expecting to do as many as I've had to do this year with the federal grants.
Okay.
It's nothing
Okay.
to worry about, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right, please call the roll.
Mrs. Dorn?
Yes.
Mr. Kinsey?
Yes.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Carpenter?
Yes. Motion passes.
Could I get a motion to approve an amendment to fiscal year 23 final appropriations? And the amendment is in the amount of $3,235,555.73 as detailed with the agenda. And these are all federal grants. I think there might be one state grant, but they're all grants that we received this year, and couldn't really add them until they finalized the amount. They kept changing the amounts they were going to send us, so we have to put them all into the budget. It's money that we were expected to receive. It's nothing new.
Move to accept.
Second.
Mr. Kinsey and Mrs. Dorn. Other questions or comments? All right, please call the roll.
Mr. Kinsey?
Yes.
Mr. Price?
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Carpenter?
Yes.
Mrs. Dorn?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Can I get a motion to approve the tax rates as set by the Greene County Budget Commission, setting the bond rate at 4.2 mils and the emergency levy rate at 4.66 mils?
Motion,
So moved.
Mrs. Dorn, And second? I'll second it.
Just as an explanation, this is a reduction in the millage from last year of a total of a quarter of a mill. So very small amount, but all things being the same, a person's taxes would go down about $10 per $100,000 property value of a home, that is. So that's a small amount, but it's going down because, as I think I mentioned before, the bond issue and the emergency levy, especially the bond issue, is like a loan where you're paying off principal and interest each year. And as the amount of debt gets smaller, the principal's paid down, the millage that is charged to the taxpayers goes down. Also, as more people move in or property values go up, less millage is needed there to raise the amount needed to pay those off to. So if that makes any sense, that's why we have to accept these tax rates about 2 times a year when I get the information from the Greene County auditor to do so. Not sure what we would do if it was voted down.
That was gonna be my question. Like,
Really, yeah. Kind of not a lot of
it's
choices.
really within our control.
So did the emergency levy rate drop as well?
Yes, the emergency levy rate dropped 0.15, so 15/100ths of a mil.
Okay.
And the bond rate, 1/10 of a mil.
Okay. Other questions or comments? All right, please call the roll.
Mr. Price,
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Carpenter,
Yes,
Mrs. Dorn,
Yes,
Mr. Kinsey.
Yes.
motion passes.
And then the last one of mine, I need a motion to approve 2 advances. And as I said before, it's like a loan from the general fund to the federal grants here because they would end the month in the red, and that's not legal according to the auditors. The first one would be to the American Recovery Plan ESSER 3 grant, $158,957.83, and the ESSER 2 grant, both federal grants, $14,918.54.
Have a motion?
so moved.
Mrs. Dorn,
Second.
Mrs. Anderson? Questions or comments?
Once those grant monies come in, is it reimbursed to the general fund then?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. The federal grants didn't used to be this way, but now you spend the money into the red, and then you request reimbursement at the end of the month, send them your financial reports to prove you're requesting the right amount, and they send you the amount a couple weeks later to get that balance to 0. And you spend it again, do it all over again. So
Okay.
most months will probably have these from now on.
Okay.
Yeah, this is something we see quite often.
It is.
All right, any other questions or comments? All right, please call the roll.
Mrs. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Carpenter,
Yes,
Mrs. Dorn,
Yes,
Mr. Kinsey,
Yes.
Mr. Price.
Yes.
motion passes. All right, going on to correspondence. Does any of the board members have correspondence that they received that they'd like to share or comment on? All right. Going on, we're going to jump to item K in our agenda, which I'll get through the specifics on it. There's been a donation from the Bellbrook Lions Club for the bike rack that's at Bell Creek Intermediate. We'll thank Dave LaReche, who is here representing the Bellbrook Lions Club. And in lieu of a certificate, we have a video to share.
Here at BCI, we have a lot of bike riders. Check out this video from our morning announcements at the beginning of the school year. You can see just how many bikes accumulate at BCI back at the bike rack area. We didn't have enough space. Kids were falling, getting hurt, their bikes were getting damaged. But now, thanks to this generous donation of a new bike rack from the Lions Club, BCI students have a safe and functional space to store their bikes when they arrive to school.
On behalf of all our BCI students, thank you for the bike rack donation. Thank you.
sincere appreciation to the Lions Club for it.
Glad we can help out.
Yes, we appreciate it very, very much, absolutely.
Just, again, from behalf of the school district and our Lions Club, just does a great job of supporting not only the school district, but the community, and just a great organization as a Lion myself, Mr. Kenzie Lion also, just, the organization just does a fantastic job, extremely supportive. So we do really appreciate you guys stepping up and giving us money for the bike rack, so.
Our pleasure.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Thank you very,
And
very
thank
much.
you for coming out tonight.
Thanks.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
We did pass a resolution to accept that donation.
Oh, yeah, while we do that.
Yeah, we'll do that now.
While we're here.
Hang on 1 second. Give us 30 more seconds. We didn't make it official.
So do we have a recommendation to accept the donation with gratitude from the Bellbrook Lions Club?
So moved.
Mr. Price,
Second,
from Mrs. Anderson. And again, thank you so very much, that's very gracious. Mr. Lyon, let me please call the roll.
Mr. Carpenter,
Yes,
Mrs. Dorn,
Yes.
Mr. Kinsey,
Yes.
Mr. Price,
Yes.
and Mrs. Anderson.
yes.
motion passes. Again, thank you, sir.
And we will have a letter of thank you to the Lions Club, and we can also send a video.
That would be great.
Okay.
We'll play it at the next meeting.
Sounds
Very
good.
good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks again for that.
All right, going on to reports to the board. Dr. Kozan, we have the district quality profile and school resource officer.
Yep, so those are two separate, so we'll go with district quality profile first. Couple of boards up here, but our district profile, we started this probably 3 or 4 years ago. And a lot of other school districts do this, and essentially, this is a companion to the report card. So the state report card comes out in September or so, and so there is a link in that report card that goes to our website that has our quality profile. Because again, as we know, the quality or the state report card, it's tests, it's that kind of data, value-added data, but it doesn't really give the full picture of really the life at our school district and all the other great things beyond the academics, beyond the test. There's much more to school than just state test. And if you think maybe back to your own memories from school, there's probably not, maybe a few, there's probably not very fond memories maybe of taking tests and those things. You have other memories that are much happier than that, and that's what these speaks to. And so I'm not going to read through every single one of these, but also speaks to the volume or the participation rate in a lot of our students. So we had 420, and this is just for the 21-22 school year. So this is last school year's information. So we had about 426 middle and high school students that participated in extracurricular sport. We have about 600 kids or so at the middle school, and about 800 or so approximately at the high school. So that's quite a few students there. 100% of our district schools are recognized as Purple Star schools, so military friendly. So that is something that we're very proud of. 76% of our 7th and 8th grade students participate in extracurricular activity. Again, keeping kids busy with things that are beneficial, and also teamwork and working together. High schools ranked best high schools with U.S. News. 26 years at the middle school, Governor's Thomas Edison Awards for excellence in STEM education and student research. What else? 436 students participated in band choir in grades 6 to 12. 27 SWBL all sports titles Bellbrook has won, including 6 straight. So very competitive. Again, that speaks to our well-roundedness of our sports. It's just not we're good in this sport or that sport. We're good in a multitude of sports. Winter Guard, I know I was talking with Mr. Laresh here a little bit ago. Casually mentioned that there's a couple of teams at the middle school level for Winter Guard. Well, we were last year placed 4th overall in their class. So again, building up that program at the middle school level. Best communities in the nation for music education. Air Force ROTC instructors had the highest rating, attainable, exceed standards in their March evaluation. So they do a fantastic job. And so that's student experience and district accolades. And would also be remiss here, 32 languages spoken in our district by our students. That's something that I don't think a lot of people realize, that there's a lot of diversity in the languages that are spoken within our community. Going over here to the academic life, over $3.7 million in scholarships offered to last year's class, 230 graduates. That's one of our bigger graduating classes. What else? 13 AP courses offered. So again, those more rigorous classes being offered. 78% of our staff holds a master's degree. So again, they're doing their own learning and making sure that they're at their highest level also of our staff. Fiscal responsibility. I know we were just talking about this in the treasurer's report, same kind of thing here, same kind of pie chart here. So about 27% of our money comes from state and fed, and 73% comes from our local. So that's been pretty consistent over the last few years here. The cost per pupil in the district is just over $11,000. That's about $2,300 below the state average. So again, a lot of bang for your buck in the community here. Some grants here, almost $800,000 allow the school district to purchase Chromebooks for everybody, for every student and staff member or teacher in the school district. That was in addition to any ESSER money that we have, and about $180,000 for the purchase of school buses to try to get those older school buses off the roads and the purchase of new ones. Giving back, our community and our students really do a fantastic job of giving back to our community. About $28,000 Stephen Bell students donated to Heart Challenge. That's number 3 in Ohio. And $12,700 for Health Moves Minds Challenge. About $18,000 for BSEF funded for grants, and then about $31,000 for SBE Stephen Bell Library. So again, we know that's just maybe not the students that are doing that, we know it's parents and grandparents also, so a huge thank you for their support. And about 6,500 hours logged by the National Honor Society in community service, and about 1,600 just with the JROTC. So just putting these things together, our kids, our staff, our community, our parents just do a really nice job of a well-rounded experience at Bellbrook. We're just not doing well with our state test. We also are doing well with all these other, people say soft skills or those kind of things. They're not really soft. It's those other things that are for kids to be successful and getting involved in things. So any questions with that?
Who designed the layout for this?
That's a combination of Mr. Conte and Mr. France.
Well done.
Yeah,
Very well.
nice.
And
Professionally designed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was
It's
that-
very impressive to try to cram everything in there. You can see there's a lot going on.
how did we get this propagated to the community? It's one thing for this very small group here to see it, and not that many people are going to go to our webpage. So how does this get made known?
Yep, it's in our fall, it was in our Fall Bridge.
Okay.
Yep. So this past year was in Fall Bridge. Last year, I think it was maybe in the Winter Bridge.
Okay.
The first year we did, I think it's our 3rd year. The first year we did it, it was a pamphlet by itself that was mailed out. But the last 2 years, it's been within the bridge. And then there's also linked on the state report card on the website. There's a link there. I can't remember exactly what it says. Find out more about us. Click on that. It takes it to the web page that has this and the older quality profiles. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
All right. Transitioning here to school resource officers. I know we had a discussion last month at least, and a few other times also, but more specifically last month, about school resource officers and the number that was being discussed and so forth, and kind of the financial implications of that. And really, it was anywhere from 2 full-time SROs to 4 full-time SROs, so 1 at each of our buildings. Last month, I recommended 2 SROs, but I know there was further discussion about that, with the plan eventually, hopefully, to get to 4, but not in the short term, just due to the financial pieces and making sure that we're financially cognizant of having our eyes wide open on what that will do to our budget. And I don't know if, can we put that up here? Yep, so as you see, kind of the cost on the right-hand side of 2 full-time SROs. This is based with our 5-year forecast. So obviously, we're already in year 1 of the 5-year forecast, so this is year 2 through 5. And on the far right is the total cost over 4 years for 2 full-time SROs, and the total cost for 4 full-time SROs. And then you see the impact on the reserve, essentially, where we're currently at, and then if we had 2 full-time SROs or 4, so the impact on that. So essentially, the township and the city separately will pay for about half of 1 officer, but really anything beyond that the full cost essentially would be picked up by the school district.
I think for simplicity's sake, we're really talking about, half from the city, half from the township. Essentially, for all practical purposes, it works out to being 1, right? So half and half is 1. So essentially, the school would be if we want to go with 4, we'll be paying for 3, correct?
Yeah. And if we get 2, the school will pay for 1. Yeah. So the city and the township, again, very gracious for the money that they have earmarked for the SROs, but as with their budgets and so forth, at this point in time, that's really all that they can say that they can provide to the school district financially. And that may or may not change in the future, but at this point in time, that's all that they can essentially promise to the school district.
And if I may, just to be a little bit more precise, they actually didn't have anything additional earmarked at all. So they went back and did the hard work of finding money that they had not budgeted to try to help, which is, again, very much appreciated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so at this point, it's, again, so have a board discussion here, because later in the agenda here, there is a resolution that has a blank where it says the number of SROs. So,
Item J.
and item J. Yep.
Oh, I guess I assumed we would have the discussion then. Would you rather have the discussion now? Could somebody make a motion to kick off discussion now?
We can have it then, if that's when we want to have it then.
I would prefer to wait.
Yeah,
sure.
Someone is here to speak about this.
Okay.
Yes.
I guess, is there any, okay, that's fine. I just want to kind of present the information
Appreciate that.
right now in kind of an informal manner. And if anybody has anything else at this point, but we can, or any other information maybe that would be helpful.
All right, then we will discuss it
Yeah.
later on in our agenda.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, going on to open communication. And do we have anybody who signed in? One. Thank you so much. We have one person signed in, Megan Nouveau.
Good evening. I'm Megan Nouveau, 3769 Polo Trace Court, Bellbrook. I had actually signed in case I had questions on the SRO presentation part of it. So I just wanted to say thank you again, all of you, for continuing to consider that and continuing that conversation, especially working toward having one in each of the schools. I don't usually get to do drop off for my kiddo at Stephen Bell, but I did a few weeks ago, and the officer who's typically there in the morning was not there. And I realized that day what an assurance that is, as I'm dropping off my student. One question I did have, as I know we've talked about the financial part from the city and the township, with the resolution that was passed in June for the physical safety things here at school was up to $800K. And so I think, if I'm correct, that was from last fiscal year, since it was in June. But as we talk about financing for coming years and what gets put toward the SROs, is that 800K kind of approximate amount something that would be available for future years? Or is that, I'm just kind of wondering if we had that amount identified for school safety stuff in past years, is there something similar that could be allocated for future years for SROs?
Sure.
So that is one question that I had, but otherwise, just thank you for your ongoing support and considerations.
We'll bring that up with them with item J
All right,
later on.
thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next, we'll go on to our consent agenda. Our consent agenda includes items 7A, 7B, 7C, and 7D, with the exception of A8 and B7. And let me also say that
I'm sorry, can you repeat that last one? With the exception of?
8A, or excuse me, A8, say it the other way around. A8,
Oh, God.
which is under certified, and then B7 under support staff.
We are going to include that in the resolution, but just not the one name.
No, we'll
Do the whole thing.
we'll do the resolution on those two items separately.
Okay, you talked, okay.
And then also C and D. So are there any other, well, before we get to that, let me also say that in 7.6, there's a hand carry item to add Carly Belknap to the district-wide music department. And then under 7.10, for teacher retirements, we have on the list Debbie Sherritt, but also adding Sarah Henderson effective the end of day, May 26th of 2023, which is also on the hand carry. So with that, are there any other exclusions that people want to have?
Can we have some questions with, or do the motion to have some couple questions or discussions with respect to?
Sure, we'll, as soon as we have the motion, then we'll,
Move to accept.
okay. And then do we have a?
Second.
Second, okay. Good time for a question now.
Well, mostly just, I guess, statement of satisfaction that, I believe one of these, I'd have to scan through and find it here, but we talked about additional supplemental positions, right? That's one of the things within the position here. And so when I was looking through the list of that, I was really, if I'm interpreting it correctly, one of the things, or a couple things we're looking at is expansion of the Hope Squad to the high school. Is that correct?
Mhm.
And also, the supporting peers is now a recognized and basically paid supplemental position, correct? So these are really good things. I'm really ecstatic to see both of these. I know the Hope Squad is present here at the middle school, and I wasn't sure what was going on with that at the high school level. So I'm very happy to see that we're making accommodation for that at the high school level. So if those that don't know, Hope Squad is the anti-suicide group that is here at the middle school. And so it will now, I assume, we're authorizing the position. I assume it's going to happen, right? As far as the program, the programmatics data.
Well, that's a later MOU, so that's not part of this consent
It's
agenda.
not, okay, I just couldn't find it. I
So
saw it earlier, but
That is E, memorandum of understanding.
I'm
So,
sorry for jumping ahead. I just
That's all right.
couldn't find it. I saw
so the way
it.
MOUs work, or the way supplementals work, those positions are posted, just like
Right.
any other position, they're posted. People apply for them,
Right.
and then they're interviewed or selected for those positions. So just like anything else.
Okay.
But there is on that MOU, there is let me get the wording correct. Suicide prevention and in parentheses, Hope Squad. Hope Squad is in parentheses on that. Because at this point in time, there is not a Hope Squad at the high school, but the thought is transitioning at some point.
We already have several groups that kind of do the same thing without the name.
Okay.
So that's something we'll look at
Yeah.
going forward.
And so that's why Hope Squad is in parentheses. It's a suicide prevention program. Hope Squad is kind of a brand name it's a specific program. So that's why again, sometimes over the years, things ebb and flow. And so if you get too specific, 10 years from now, Hope Squad might not be around, it might be something else. Yeah. But that's the MOU later in the.
Yeah, apologies, Jim, I knew I had read it before the meeting, I'm trying to find it here, and I just couldn't find it within those, because it wasn't there, in those consent lines, but I was like, yeah, I want to make sure.
Right, because those positions have to be posted and people have to apply for them
Okay.
and be accepted,
Okay.
yeah. And then you might see some of those people on next month's agenda or the
Okay, good.
month after that, yeah.
But to your point, Kevin, it's awesome to see all of the varied programs we have going on, trying to address and help in the area of mental health.
Yeah.
I know I've asked multiple times, hey, help me out, what are all these things that we're doing? And there's so many I usually forget. I'm trying to tell people, hey, we're doing this, and I feel bad because I know I usually leave something out. It's just because there's so many really cool things going on. And that's not even something, we just talk about once a year. It seems like we're continually revisiting that, adding new resources. I think it's amazing.
Do we have that summarized anywhere as far as exactly what we have in terms of resources and how much we spend on mental health? I know we talked about it a few minutes ago, we talked about it, but I mean specifically, I know like we have counselors and school psychologists and things like this, but it'd be nice to probably repeat that again. With the new year, maybe just this is what we have going on, this is what's being expended, with respect to mental health and support. I think it's important for the community to hear that.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have that specifically on the website. It's part of the safety update that is on the website, so the mental health piece is on there. Yeah, but I don't know if it specifically names a number of psychologists, we have a number of counselors,
Right.
and it definitely doesn't have the amount of money on there.
Any other questions or comments on the consent agenda? All right, Mr. Lyman, please call the roll.
Okay, Mrs. Dorn,
Yes.
Mr. Kinsey,
Yes.
Mr. Price,
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Carpenter.
Yes, motion passes. So going back to 7A8.
7, 8, yes.
Oh, we're going to
And
do
B7.
A8, B7 together.
And B7, yes. Let's do those together. So this is the recommendation of the approval of the substitute teachers for the second semester and the recommendation to approve the substitute support staff for the second semester of the 2022-23 school year. So do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Mrs. Dorn,
Second?
Mrs. Anderson. Any questions or comments? All right, Mr. Lyman, please call the roll.
Mr. Kinsey,
Yes.
Mr. Price,
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Carpenter,
Yes,
Mrs. Dorn.
Yes.
motion passes.
It's not, that's why I pulled that out. It's for Mr.
Oh, yeah, let's back up. Mr. Price, your wife is in there. Well, let's vote this again before we declare it lost. That's why we pulled those out.
So I will.
Yeah, you need to abstain, sir. So please call the roll again.
The whole roll, okay. Mrs. Dorn, let me start over. Mr. Kinsey,
Yes.
Mr. Price,
Abstain.
Mrs. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Carpenter,
Yes,
Mrs. Dorn.
Yes.
now the motion passes with Mr. Price abstaining.
All
right,
for a second.
Yes, please do.
All right, as a part of that consent agenda was Lori Smith. She is our new transportation director. She's not new to us, though. She was formerly our transportation secretary, has been with us about a year or so, and came from Springboro before that. And she's already been in the job for a couple of weeks already, or is this week and a half?
This is start week 3.
It started week 3, yeah,
Yes,
so
sir.
we've already been a couple of weeks, and Lori is doing a fantastic job. She is, some stuff's getting thrown at her, just normal kind of stuff, but things are really move fast in transportation of things going on, so we really are pleased. Lori just did a fantastic job, has done a fantastic job for us, and just really rose to the top, and she's gonna be a real asset to us, so we just appreciate having you as now our transportation supervisor, and she's going to continue to do a great job. So congratulations and welcome.
Thank
Yes,
you.
indeed.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Going on to item E then, for,
Yep. All right. So memorandum of understanding, Sugarcreek Education Association. So recommend approval of memorandum of understanding between the Bellbrook-Sugarcreek Board of Education and the Sugarcreek Education Association, SEA, to increase the number of potential supplemental duty/pupil activity assignments effective with the 22-23 school year.
do we have a motion?
Move.
Mrs. Dorn,
Second.
Mrs. Anderson,
So again, as we were talking previously, this adds some supplementals. It also adds some grade level chairpersons to our K-5 and middle school to round out those particular groups or committees. And then also adds in some few lacrosse positions, and also our, I know the season's already over, but golf assistant reserve coach, because for the first time we had a girls golf team. And so now we have a head coach, and then 2, since they're assistant coaches, one does girls, one does boys. So that was really nice to see. So this has been working on for most of the fall here, and able to finally get this solidified here. Is there any questions or anything? I know we were already talking about a minute ago.
looks great. Any other questions or comments? All right, Mr. Lemmy, please call the roll.
Mr. Price,
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Carpenter,
Yes,
Mrs. Dorn,
Yes.
Mr. Kinsey.
Yes.
motion passes.
All right, and this is Marsh, we're probably here, or maybe here due, or with SEA, so appreciate working with the SEA on that, so we do appreciate that, so thank you, and to Mr. Carrera and the rest of the membership. Thank you. Memorandum of understanding with Sugarcreek Local Association of Support Personnel. So recommend approval of memorandum of understanding between the Bellbrook-Sugarcreek Board of Education and Sugarcreek Local Association of Support Personnel, SLASP, to amend the 2022-23 and 23-24 salary scales by moving the job position of assistant mechanic to classification number 8 effective August 10th, 2022.
You have a motion?
So moved.
Mrs. Anderson,
Second.
Mrs. Dorn,
And really, this should have been done, if you remember earlier in the fall, we had increased pay for bus drivers to try to make our bus driver pay more competitive with areas. And really, this was essentially missed during that because the assistant mechanic has to have the same credentials as the bus drivers. He has to have, that position has CDL and everything else, and does go out and once in a while does drive a route. But then also, obviously, he has to know the mechanics piece of it. So that pay was less than actually the bus driver pay. So it was really remiss from earlier in the year that should have been done when the other one was there.
questions or comments?
I'm glad we caught it.
Yeah, I'm glad that this is, you know,
And it will be retroactive.
being corrected.
Yeah, that's why it's effective August 10th. That's
Just wanted to be
the,
sure.
that's the effective date of the other MOU.
Nice.
Very good. All right, Mr. Lonnie, please call the roll.
Mrs. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Carpenter,
Yes,
Mrs. Dorn,
Yes.
Mr. Kinsey,
Yes.
Mr. Price.
Yes.
motion passes.
And we thank SLAS for working with us on that.
Yes.
All right, meeting calendar 2023. This is for the board meetings. Recommend approval of the 2023 meeting calendar of the Bellbrook-Sugarcreek Local Board of Education.
Have a motion? Mrs. Dorn, is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Kinsey? Questions or comments?
Yeah, I've got some conflicts that pop up with my work, and I'm able to foresee a couple that are probably relevant here. With the January 12th meeting being reorganizational, I will not be able to be at that meeting. I also know we're between a rock and a hard place because the budget has to be submitted, by the 15th, and so therefore you have to have the hearing, on the 12th. So
We had to advertise, the law reads that we have to advertise, I believe it's either a month at a time or 3 or 4 weeks. I have to check, I'm always well ahead of it. But you have to advertise in a newspaper, we still have that requirement. Advertise the date and time of the hearing, I've already done that and paid the invoice and everything. So it was advertised for 12, so.
Right. It wouldn't have mattered even if you'd shifted it a week earlier or whatever, because I've got conflicts throughout that 2-week period there. So do we need to consider, if it's a reorganizational meeting, do we really need to have everybody present for that? And if so, I would think that we would need to add another meeting.
We need to have a quorum. So that would be, we need to have at least 3.
We've had reorganizational meetings in the past without all present.
I think so.
We'll just put you down.
I know. You just never know what we're gonna volunteer for.
You can always-
You got it.
You're nice to be there to defend yourself.
Yeah, I don't have a strong preference here at all, it's just an observation.
Sure.
And then on the heels of that, I got, again, a conflict on the 9th of February. So what I don't really like to do is miss, the world doesn't revolve around me, I understand that, but I just, February 9th will not work for me. So I don't know if you want to consider that or not, or just press on.
Since that's not reorganizational, in the event that perhaps your schedule does change, we could discuss it in January.
Okay, I guess none of this is in absolute concrete, right? Just like we adjusted this meeting.
Right.
So,
Reorganizational one is just a little different.
yeah. I know those 2 dates are not gonna work for me. Well, as I can foresee right now.
Okay.
Due to work, my real job, reasons.
Again, it can be changed. It's easier if it's changed when the whole board calendar is recommended and approved tonight, but if it can't be, then it can't be. But, that would be kind of the ideal situation, so that's the calendar, and we don't have to do a meeting notice if that's changed to, that one's canceled and now it's a different time.
Right.
That can be done, it just is a few extra steps. So whatever the board wants to do on that, we can do either option. That's just kind of my 2 cents on that.
Okay.
True. Will you be back the following week, February 16th?
Actually, not.
No?
I'm not prepared to make changes, although,
Yeah.
I don't know about all of you, I'm not verified my calendar against this. and
Sure.
I Don't have it in my brain
Yeah.
to be able to
I
make
mean,
changes on the
anything
fly here.
myself is subject to changes, like I just said, so it could be this thing I've got going on gets canceled that day.
Sure. It's,
So I'd say go ahead with what we got, and then, if we have to adjust or add a meeting if something pops up,
sure.
we have to have a special meeting or whatever, we just do that.
We do try, for the benefit of the community, to help them understand it's typically the second February,
That
second
makes sense.
Thursday of the month.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Makes sense. All right.
All right, any other questions or comments? All right, please call the roll.
Mr. Carpenter,
Yes.
Mrs. Dorn,
Yes.
Mr. Kinsey,
Yes.
Mr. Price,
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, next is legal counsel recommend approval of the firm of Sebastian Warner Youth and Justice to continue as board school district legal counsel through December 31st, 2023.
Do we have a motion? I'll move that we do that. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Price?
Again, based on a previous resolution, our agreement with them or our recommendation with them, our resolution for the board ends December 31st, 2021 here. So the
22?
2022, sorry, you're wrong. 2022. And so this would extend us through next calendar year.
This doesn't preclude us from having other counsel for special or certain
No.
specific circumstances.
It is not.
Okay. Then we're not required to use them for all purposes.
No, I mean, right now we have another firm that we use for special ed,
Sure.
for a majority of our special ed situations.
Sure.
And then just to verify, there's not like a contract at all, like ever has been a contract, we just have an understanding, or there was at one time and we just keep renewing
I'm
our
not aware of a
resolution?
contract with a physical contract. Mr. Liming,
No, I don't think we have.
Okay.
We could,
you have more history than I do here.
I'm pretty sure we don't. We could request one if you feel like we need one.
But just has been a board resolution like this in the past.
Yes.
Okay. And can you talk about what the process would look like if we were to change that?
Were to change legal counsel, what that process
What
would
does
look
that
like?
process look like? Is that initiated by the board? Is that initiated by you? Is that, how
I think
does that
it's-
work out?
Since I've never done that before, for the board legal counsel, we can talk about what that would look like. I probably would try to get some different options together and then present some of those options to the board. But if the board has some other thoughts on that, I'd be more than open to that also. But that would be what I would probably do is have some conversations with other attorneys out there and other firms and see what is out there and also maybe some guidance from the board of exactly what the board is looking for, so that provides me some guidance of kind of what we're looking for out there.
And maybe to get references from other school districts also, because it's important to have somebody that has experience with school districts. They're unique compared to other clients.
Just like anything else we would do, if we're getting a new service from somebody, we have a conversation with them, we talk with them. Here are the things that we're looking for, are you able to do that? And then it gives us that information, what are some rates? And then like Mr. Liming said, what are some references, talk with some people that actually are using them, and kind of the same process we would use for other purchases or other programs or other things, but probably would be helpful for some guidance or some thoughts on what the board is looking for. That would probably be helpful to me, so I'm not out there, because there's quite a few attorneys out there.
Yeah.
So to really get an idea of what the board is looking for, so that I can kind of narrow my focus down.
Right. Yeah, I was just concerned about the timeline. I didn't know that this vote was coming up. So like in the future, I'm not sure how often we do this. Obviously next December, we'll be talking about this again, but I was kind of concerned that we didn't have a whole lot of time to communicate all of that and all of those needs. But I'm just very concerned about maintaining this relationship because of the situations we found ourselves in the past. And I'm not exactly sure that we have gotten the best representation or the best advice always. So I have some concerns about that. That obviously with what we have just been through, that the board has got protection. So I'm concerned that there's maybe not as much communication as I would have liked about that. So I'm just concerned about our vulnerabilities as a board.
Other questions or comments? All right, Mr. Lyman, please call the roll.
Mrs. Dorn,
Yes.
Mr. Kinsey,
Yes.
Mr. Price,
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson,
No.
and Mr. Carpenter.
Yes. Motion passes.
I would just ask if the board wants me to seek other counsel, I would like that information from the board. I would just like that information from the board. I don't know if that's a vote or if that's some guidance. So,
Well, certainly we get into some specialized areas like the ASRT that we have, on the horizon here. I'm not sure that that's their expertise in that particular law firm, so.
Correct.
So certainly I think we need to keep our eyes open, for what, the specialty is or is required, and then reach out to the appropriate law firm accordingly, so.
Right, and that's part of my concern is that I would like to have a relationship with a larger law firm that has those already, we already have a relationship with them. We already have counsel for that, instead of going through all these different attorneys, that's like kind of hard to keep up with.
I'm not sure that you can find a single law firm that would be broadly specialized, again, in all the different things we could encounter, maybe, whether it's pandemics or ASRTs or
Right.
pick one, I don't know that their specialty lies, with any particular law firm. But then again, I don't know, maybe, but.
yeah, again, I would just ask if that is the board's wish, I would ask that the board provide me that information, and so that I can then either do that or not do that. Go out and get some more information or not get some more information. I'm just happy to do that, but just would like the board to be able to tell me that. Okay.
At this point, based on the vote, I would say that we're not asking you to do that now, but it might be something we would choose to ask you between now and the next expiration.
Okay.
Certainly at this point, it would be not much runway to be able to get a different council for 2023.
Well, again, though, for the ASRT, I think we do need somebody, some group that's specialized in that area.
I would agree.
And that's in the near term, that's not a year from now.
Right.
Um,
Well, like we've done with special ed,
We can do that.
it's there.
We can definitely do that.
Any other? Okay.
Okay. All right, memorandum of understanding with the City of Bellbrook, recommend approval of memorandum of understanding with the City of Bellbrook regarding school resource officer services for the period of January 1st, 2023 through December 31st, 2025.
We have a motion,
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Kinsey and then Mrs. Dorn. Questions or comments? Or do you want to go into further?
So again, this is just the agreement, and then the next vote is actually talking about the actual number of SROs. So this is just the agreement, the next vote would be the actual number of SROs.
This is reflective of essentially the City of Bellbrook having the initiative to recognize our need and then standing up and saying, we want to help, right? And they have not done that formally up until now with respect to providing formally an SRO like we're asking for, right? So
Yeah, in the
they can
past,
do it
right.
casually or as.
Right.
as-
In the past, it's been more informal.
Yeah.
They've been at Stephen Bell BCI informally, before school or so forth, on a regular basis, but not as a formal SRO piece. Correct.
So hopefully the city council members are glued to YouTube at the moment and they'll hear me say loudly, I'm really deeply grateful for their
Yes.
willingness, and basically I think, they're coming up on 11 next year or whatever, so that, there's some financial, lack of perfect comfort with doing this, but I'm really grateful that I was attending a couple of their board meetings and city council meetings, and it was very clear they were behind this passionately, and I'm extremely grateful, and I recognize this is the limit of what they can do at this time. especially with their pending, I think, levy next year. So really grateful. Thank you.
Yeah, they have already passed this resolution, they've already passed this memorandum of understanding, so they're in full support of it, so very appreciative of that.
Yeah, not only the speed of the support that they provided, but also the depth. They've been very supportive of all of the safety decisions that we've made over the past year. I don't know if most folks know, but the Bellbrook city manager, he was former chief of police where he came from. So I think he turned around like a first draft of this MOU pretty darn quick. And it is extensive and thorough. And just the guidance that it provides was amazing. Just in case people wonder, I mean, it's not just a police officer standing around. There's a lot of different components to it, educational components, getting to know the students, maybe putting on special programs every now and then that are beneficial. It was really amazing to read through all this. So thank you for the school's work in working with the city manager and making that happen, because I think this is fantastic.
All right, any other questions or comments? All right, Mr. Lyman, please call the roll.
Mr. Kinsey,
Yes.
Mr. Price,
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Carpenter,
Yes,
Mrs. Dorn.
Yes.
motion passes.
All right, J, school resource officers 23-24. So recommend approval for the superintendent of schools to finalize arrangements for the city of Bellbrook and Sugarcreek Township for the placement of blank, the number of each, school resource officers in district buildings, effective for the 23-24 school year.
All right, do we we'll make a motion and a second, and then ask for an amendment for the number to be inserted? Okay, so do we have a motion for this? Do we have someone making a motion for this?
So moved.
Mr. Kinsey and Mr. Price is a second.
Are we moving as 2? Are we moving as 4?
So,
So it's left blank, so we are looking to amend to identify a specific number. So is someone going to offer an amendment for the number?
I'd like to offer an amendment on 2.
Okay, so we have an amendment. Do we have a second on the
Second.
motion?
Second.
Mrs. Anderson?
Can I offer an amendment? We have to vote on this one first.
we have to have the discussion on this.
Yeah, we have to,
You spoke first.
And then there's lots of options.
And it's you.
okay, questions and comments on the amendment?
So just to be clear, as I read this, you put forward 2 and it's number each. So that is 2 from the city of Bellbrook and 2 from Sugarcreek Township.
It does say number each.
Or you could read this as 8.
Can we withdraw a
That's
second?
good. Yeah, keep it.
Worded strangely.
So would you clarify your amendment?
I will clarify, my intent is 2 overall total for the district.
Okay,
1 from the city, 1 from the
1 from the
township.
city, 1 from the township. 1 to be shared by high school and middle school, 1 to be shared by BCI and Stephen Bell. I don't know how we want to word that.
so a total of 2, considering that the city is offering up a half and the township is offering up a half.
Total employed
Okay,
partially by us, partially by
So as I hear that,
city,
So-
township. and-
it should be 1 in the blank. Are we all okay? We're clear on that?
well, if your amendment is for
One
2 each.
In
2
district
total.
buildings.
All right, Mrs. Dorn, could I recommend that you withdraw your amendment and then amend it with a specific language for a total?
Or you can word it however you want.
Whatever we do, can we make it easier on Kevin?
Well, we just passed a resolution saying we want 2 for the district.
It was only moved and seconded, it wasn't accepted yet. So
True.
that can be withdrawn and we can start all over and you don't have to do anything.
He likes that.
Withdrawing the entire amendment, or amendment, or the entire motion?
The entire amendment, not the motion.
I withdraw my entire amendment.
Okay. Do you want to propose a different one? To replace the blank and the number each?
Fine, then I will amend the blank to read one each school resource officer in district buildings for a total of 2 district-wide.
Okay, so 2 district-wide.
How many buildings do you have?
Right, I said, for a total of 2 district-wide.
So the clarification is to make it 2 for the district. Okay? Now, do we have a second to that amendment?
I'll second that one.
Okay. Mrs. Anderson. Questions or comments on 2 for the district?
I would just like to get some more information from Dr. Kozad. Can you advise us on where your building principals stand? Have they made have you sought out their opinions on what their needs are for their buildings?
In regards to.
In regards to how many officers and what kind of full-time and, what their feelings are about their needs in their buildings.
Well, I mean, I think they would like SROs in the buildings, but I don't know how much the finances play into that.
Right.
So,
In a perfect world.
I mean, in a perfect world where money wasn't an
I just-
issue, I think we would like an SRO in each of our buildings.
Right. I just want to make sure that that's what they want to, because these are their buildings every day. We're not in them every day, so I just didn't know what they wanted.
Again, I think that, I don't speak for the board, but I think that was the goal, the board's goal long-term.
Yeah.
Right.
Is have one in each of the buildings.
Right, that's our goal. So I was just asking if you knew what their input would be, if that had been sought out or anything.
I think they would be fine with an SRO in each building.
Okay.
Which would be a total of
If
4.
our goal was 1 per school, then I don't see why we would not do that now. I mean, our finances are as good as they're gonna be at this point, Just quick math in my head, earlier it's 4 years, about 30, let's just say $35 million a year, $140 million. It's 1.3 million for 4 years to have 4. And I'll go back to what I've said in several meetings, we're talking roughly 1% of our budget to do this. So, yeah, I won't support here momentarily, 2.
My preference would be for 4 total as well.
I mean, we're in an interesting place where nobody wants to weigh the cost versus effective safety measures. But, I mean, there is a line somewhere, and we do have to be very careful of the bottom line and what that means for the future. I asked Mr. Liming for some numbers because I wanted to try to be better informed about this, because what I was going to ask was if there was maybe some money we could move around from some other type of a safety program to help fund this or to fully fund it. So I didn't know what we spend on quote unquote safety, especially when it comes to recurring annual costs, money that we spend every single year. And I'm sorry, what's our total budget per year? Is like
General fund's about 35 million.
35 million or more than that. So our recurring annual cost that we spend every year on safety items is about $25,000. So that's obviously not enough that we spend now to move to help cover, and these are very important
So
things.
say that again, so we spend specific for safety, aside from the 800,000-ish that we spent on.
For recurring
But that was
annual.
driven by grants that we
Right.
got, thankfully we had grants from the federal, I believe, and state on that. And so the 800,000, we had is not coming in the future,
Right.
Right.
And so right now we're spending, say it again, 25,000.
Yeah, so
out
a
of
couple of
$35
line
million
items here.
budget.
Yes, sir. Yeah, for a couple line items here for our securely software, that's the internet content monitoring. And also for cyber security, and for what we pay right now is for the part-time, well, we pay part of the part-time Sugar Creek Township SRO. The total for that is a recurring annual cost every year is about a little bit more than $25,000.
So to go to 2, we're more than quadrupling what we pay per year now. As a recurring security expense, not that there are not other security expenses, probably every year, but they are different every year. We have to replace this system or this lock or this camera. My reason for, because I think we're all on the same page that 4 is a goal. And you ask, why not now? My why not now is, it came from our last meeting. Since the levy passed, the 5-year budget that we've been looking at had us spending less than we were bringing in. Like we were in the black through the end of our levy period. And I know that was a stated goal of yours, Dr. Kozad, and we all agree that that should be a stated goal, because if we have to go back to voters at some point we will, I don't care what, if nothing else other than to renew that levy. I want to go back to voters and say, we spent within our means. And based on the budget we all passed the last meeting, the out years, we are not spending within our means. And that's largely due to Mr. Lyon Calvert figured in a conservative, but probably accurate or more accurate than what it was based on what the world is like now. Inflation.
Inflation-wise, yeah.
So we have, every single one of us said that we were going to be fiscally conservative when we campaigned. And we haven't said no to a single request for a purchase. And I want one in every building. And I don't want this to be the no. And like, I think we have to start saying no on a number of things. But this is big money. Don't just say this is 1%. This is big money. And every one of these officers equates to a teacher. And when it comes down to those out years, when money starts getting thin and maybe we can't pass our levy the first go, we've all been there. And we're gonna have to make tough choices. Like, I don't wanna choose between something that we've come to rely on and a teacher, and I want to be able to say that we live within our means. Now, I'm not opposed to 4, but if we're gonna get to 4, I wanna go back and look at the rest of the budget and say, where are we going to find the money to get the other 2? I don't wanna just keep spending. Because there are other things other than this, like, you know, that money that could be used for those 2 extra teachers, like having 24 kids in a classroom rather than 28, that helps safety too. That helps mental health too. There are lots of other things that are playing in here. And we've spent quite a bit. And yeah, grants were at play, but we spent almost $1 million this past year on safety, and we're looking to spend a significant amount more even with 2. I want to get to 4. I want to continue to work with the city and the township as they continue to make their out year budgets to get to 4. But I feel comfortable with saying we have made significant strides, significant improvements, and we have made security a priority this year, and pledge to continue to do so going forward.
When you look at it, you know, you say, okay, our goal is 4, but where are we going to print the money? You know, I mean, we're not going to have more income. That's not going to happen. We're going to go cut something else, but maybe, or hopefully in the best world, which I would fully prefer, is that, you know, the city and the township would come forth with enough money to truly cover 2, you know, fully, and then we would cover 2. That would be awesome, you know. I don't have any reason to believe that, or I'm not optimistic that will come to fruition. Maybe. So it's just the reality, you know, if we do pull it from somewhere else, you can still make the argument You know, if we hadn't done that, then we could have deferred the levy from, 50 years from now to, 49 years from now, if we put it just way heck out there with an exaggerated, ridiculous example. But my point being, it will always cause us at some point to come back earlier for a levy if we do anything, with additional expenditures, whatever it is. So, and what I ultimately go back to is the geography or the setting for our school district here. It'd be nice if all the schools were just in one place, it would be simple, but they're not. You've got VCI and Stephen Bell, and because it's further complicated by the government interplay here between the township and the city, so we can't have one officer that bounces between BCI and the high school. That would be awesome if we could, and I'd be comfortable with doing that, but we don't have that situation. So we're not gonna be able to have an officer except when a crisis happens, a tragedy unfolds, then they can go to the other school. But what I think is so important is the presence, the visible presence of those officers. And if somebody's gonna do something evil, they're gonna wait until the officer leaves Stephen Bell and goes to BCI or vice versa, or goes to the middle school, and then they go to the high school or vice versa. And that's what, it just concerns me deeply. Granted, will anything ever happen? Almost certainly not. Almost certainly, it's never going to happen here. But there are school districts throughout this year that are having the same debate. They're coming to the same conclusion. It's really not going to happen here. And it's a given. And it really bothers me to think about this. But there are children alive and going to school right now throughout this country that will not make it to the end of the school year because somebody is going to do evil. And that school district is then going to have to go look in the mirror and say, could we have done more? And my position is, I'm going to say, at least I've done everything I possibly can as a board member to head off anything like that. And that's just how I feel about it. 1% of our budget, probably never needed, but if it is, it's going to look pretty darn cheap.
Other questions, comments?
I guess I can say before we take a vote that I'm not sure, and anybody feel free to speak up and correct me if you feel otherwise, that this absolutely needs to be finalized tonight. I know it's going to take some time, and I'm not speaking for anybody, but it will take months for the city and the township, the city to find the officers that, we could take some action tonight and come back in January or February and continue this discussion. And I don't know how possible it is. I loved what I heard you say about seeing if there's places we can look elsewhere in the country.
And this, none of these officers are gonna walk in our doors until next school year. So
Correct.
that's what the thing says, so.
Yeah, again, I don't want to speak for the city. I can't if I wouldn't, and I could be wrong, but I don't think so. But I don't think that if the number was decided finally tonight or a month from now, especially with holidays and everything else, I don't think that would put their hiring practices and training behind the 8 ball or anything.
But what's going to change between now and a month from now?
We could ask somebody to take a look at the budget. We could receive input from the community. We could ponder.
Because this is their money that we're spending, so, I agree with Mrs. Dorn that I feel like we have, as fiscal conservatives that we all are, I feel like we have spent quite a bit. I want to make sure that we address Megan's question about the $800,000 and really explain that was a grant, and
Yes.
I believe that we use that for door, the night locks, the camera systems, the check-in, the visitor screening. I believe that is that correct? Dr. Fazad, that we
came
use.
before the board because it's a large expenditure. So
Right.
with that was a one-time purchase of every video camera in the entire district, all the visitor entry systems that you're seeing in every building, enhanced locks on
The door locks.
doors, as well as the night lock systems on the classroom doors. So that was,
wasn't a part of it.
excuse me.
But only about $200,000 was the grant. The rest came out of our funds.
So that
So
was a big
800,000
one-time
was not
purchase
grants, it was
for the
200,000 grants.
Facility improvement.
But the
That
total
facility.
project cost was 800.
About 800, yeah.
And then it was offset by 200,000 in grant. So 600,000 was the net effect on our budget,
Yep.
approximately.
And Mr. Lyman, the last I asked you, I think we were just shy of $1 million as far as security improvements, like that project plus things like night locks and window film and other improvements made elsewhere, roughly $1 million, and campus improvements, and technology, security-based technology upgrades
Right.
this year.
Basically, if we're talking about looking at the budget, there are two things I can think of that you could do. You're either gonna make an expenditure and lower your carryover, or you're gonna cut something to fund that. I guess that's what you're talking about when you say look at the budget. I don't know what else look at.
Well, I mean, part of that, when we're making a budget at home, we are making choices, because we have a finite amount of money, and is this more important or is this more important? And sometimes it's like, is hiring the third SRO more important, or is having this program or this whatever? And those are not fun conversations, they're not gonna be fun conversations to have, but at some point, we have to start having them and just quit buying, like paying, like you swiping the credit card. And I did learn a lot at the OSBA. When you talk about what's gonna happen in the coming months, I went to a number of security presentations at the OSBA conference, and a number of schools are doing that can't afford SROs at all, are doing some really creative things to do the very thing, increase police presence in their schools, either to supplement SROs that don't exist at all in their district, or to just supplement the ones that they already have. A district presented, and they did a whole presentation on it, that their local police department just has a practice of every police officer at some point during their shift walks one of their school buildings, comes in, hangs out in the cafeteria with some kids, walks a couple laps, and it has the added benefit of, yes, police officers are showing up at random times all throughout the day in all their buildings. But he said the beauty of it is all the police officers on the force know all of their buildings. So when something happens, they're all very familiar with the layouts.
That's fantastic.
Yeah,
The kids, they get to know them, but they just do it. They do a 10-minute lap of every building once per shift. If they're on duty well, buildings are open, obviously. I mean, there are a number of schools doing other things. Again, that's not your perfect solution. One in every building isn't your perfect solution. There's multiple wings to all these buildings, and whenever the bad thing happens, man, we might say, I wish we had 3. But
Or God forbid if something happens and that resource officer is taken out, we should have had 2. I mean, you can what if this forever.
I am incredibly behind putting an SRO in every building. I think to do so right now is not the right call.
Any other questions or comments?
And just to that, again, this is for next school year, so just, again, I know it seems like a long way away, but if this goes into January, February, that's gonna really tighten that timeline. Could they probably do it in February, if something was in February for August? Probably, it just depends on how quickly they can hire somebody. Because just like education, they're having a hard time finding people to come on the police force and so forth, so. They can't really make a promise, so they don't know if, how many applicants are gonna get in and so forth, so. But once we get into March or so, I think that's gonna be a really tight timeline of getting something at the beginning of next school year.
I don't hear anyone advocating for anything less than 2.
True.
I'd like to propose that we add at least, and I'm not, there might be, I know Kevin, how you feel, I don't know how the rest of you feel as far as 4. And we might be at 4 tonight and we might press with 4, and I will totally support that if that's what the board decides. But I don't hear anyone advocating for any less than 2, so I'd like to at least go forward with 2 this evening. That at least gets
Right.
them moving.
Mhm. So you're saying you want to call the question, right?
So is this something we could go ahead and pass to get them going? And then we could come back and say January, if Kevin finds $1 million for us. Then
Maybe we
can
get another
amend
big
this and
safety net.
change it,
Maybe
or we get a grant or something. I mean, we can always change it and up it. Okay.
See, the thing that concerns me, you say, well, we go look and, look under the covers here and find some more money. Okay, it's still, you want the SROs, or you want more teachers? It's still, you can still,
It's still a discussion, and we would have to have it. Or maybe the city or the township finds more money, or maybe in the coming year, they find additional money, or their levies, well, I don't know
Right.
what is going to happen in the future.
Right, and what's really weighing on me too is that we have 7 teachers currently on ESSER funds, is that right? Approximately.
Somewhere in that range.
Okay, and so the general fund is gonna have to pick those teachers up at some point, right? 2 years from now or a year from now?
That is in the 5-year forecast.
Right,
Doesn't
but
count
it's still,
the 5-year forecast.
I don't wanna have to make those choices, between class sizes and
Sure.
safety. I mean,
this is perhaps a bit off the wall, but, nobody wants to go less than 2, maybe there's not much support for 4. 3, you think of 3. I mean, it's just, because the group I'm concerned about of all ages, right? But obviously our elementary and, grades 3, 4, 5 are far more vulnerable witness of all than what our middle school and high school, at least they have a fighting chance. They've got the strength and the agility and the speed to potentially survive, whereas little kids are not. I would be more comfortable with high school SRO having to be feed over to the middle school than I am for somebody, Stephen Bell, having to get over here, to the intermediate school, but.
I think that's a little, I don't know if I agree with your rationale there. Because
I'm
you
just
could
throwing
say that
something on the
those
wall.
kids are more vulnerable. I would say a middle school or high school kid is, God forbid, more likely to become an aggressor. So, I mean, I don't know, surely there's statistics on that, but I think that's.
Yeah, I don't know, I'm just
deeper
throwing something on the wall here,
conversation
trying to
as
get the
to where you
stick,
would
but
put.
I'm just not happy with 2, and I'm making a stretch to get 4, so what are we gonna do, so.
And if the board goes with 4, I will support that. I will.
So the amendment on the table, had moved and seconded, is for a total of 2. I think we're kind of circling a little bit now, so let's go ahead and, Mr. Lyman, please call the roll on the amendment for 2.
Mr. Carpenter,
I think that 2 is an appropriate place to start.
Mrs. Dorn,
Yes.
Mr. Kinsey,
Yes.
Mr. Price,
No,
Mrs. Anderson.
yes.
Yeah, the amendment passes. Is there further discussion on the motion? Now reading that we recommend approval for the superintendent of schools to finalize arrangements with the city of Bellbrook and Sugarcreek Township for the placement of a total of 2 school resource officers in district buildings effective for the 23-24 school year.
I would just like to say that even though my biggest frustration perhaps in the past year being on school board is the slow speed at which things move, that's actually built into the system for a reason. And I think that it's healthy and good that there's this much conversation and good discussion about something this important. And I personally believe the conversation does not have to end here tonight. I mean, if somebody can make a motion right after this and do whatever they want, and I do hear Dr. Kozak's comments that this can't go on into late February, March. That we will need to have a very clear way forward soon, but there's no reason that this conversation can't continue.
I think, we're already moving forward, or can now move forward on the SRT, but I think this adds even more urgency to getting it in place. So at least we have something, the opportunity for something in the schools, so that okay, we wind up with 2 SROs, then hopefully no later than next September, we have, a presence with an ASRT in each of the schools. So hopefully this will maybe throw some more fuel on the fire to get moving on this. I don't know of any remaining hurdles to prevent us with, actually formulating the committee, and then moving forward on that. So this will just definitely motivate me even more than what it already was to get this going.
Anything else? All right, Mr. Lyman, please call the roll on the motion.
Mr. Price?
Okay, hang on, make sure I understand here. So,
Would you mind repeating the motion and what
Sure.
a yes and what a no vote means, please?
Sure. Recommend approval for the superintendent of schools to finalize arrangements with the city of Bellbrook and Sugar Creek Township for the placement of 2 total school resource officers in district buildings effective for the 2023-24 school year.
One for the city of Bellbrook and one for Sugar Creek Township.
Yes.
okay, so what we just previously did was, what is the initial motion?
Just
Just
Yep.
the amendment.
That was to put the
Put
number
the number.
into this motion.
that we're now approving.
So now the question on the table is whether or not to approve the whole thing, that's a yes vote, or to deny it, which is a no vote.
Or we can also table.
Yes,
We could.
Or you can further amend.
yes.
So you call the roll by the first, Rick? So, no.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Carpenter?
Yes.
Mrs. Dorn?
Yes.
Mr. Kinsey?
Yes.
Motion passes. I don't think any of us are thinking that this finishes it all, but it is a start. So, thank you very much for good discussion. I appreciate very much the civil discourse that we are able to have. All right, the next, we've already done our approval and of the donation with gratitude from the Lions Club, so we'll go on to items of information and discussion. We have the board retreat on January 28th, and looking for a little bit of input on the discussion items that we want to review or talk about. Some of the things that have come up could be board goals, strategic plan, discussion on policy review, perhaps even feedback from the OSBA conference, from the variety of different sessions that we went to. Mrs. Dorn, one of your examples of, stellar, scenario of things that we could be discussing. So we don't have to decide this evening. If you have discussion items that you'd want to include or want to suggest, we can hear some of them now, and then also you can pass them along to me and or Dr. Kozak for inclusion in the January 28th work session.
I'd like to invite representatives from each of the unions for a portion of that time, just to brainstorm how we can better work together, rather than working parallel but separate. I think we're all on the same team, and we need to somehow be on the same team better. That makes sense.
I can reach out to them. That's okay? But that's something that, I guess I'm getting ahead of myself, is that we're just creating possible agenda items, or are we creating agenda items?
I think we're creating potential agenda items, and we can then
You want me to wait
finalize
on that? Or
You
get a
could,
preliminary conversation?
you could have a preliminary conversation to say, would you be interested in coming to have some of that discussion?
Okay.
Other thoughts?
You said it already, but I'll just reemphasize quickly. I love the idea of having formal, specific board goals.
Mhm.
You know, we create in tandem with the superintendent goals, and it would behoove us to do the same thing as a board.
Anything else for tonight? Okay. Feel free to reach out to Dr. Cozad or to me, and we'll create a list and essentially finalize it at our reorganizational meeting, which is going to be a little bit more than 2 weeks before our work session meeting. As many of the folks in the community know, I just recently finished a court case, and I had a couple days to reflect on what just happened regarding that court case, and would like to pass along my thoughts on the facts. Not guilty for the major or primary charges that were charged against Mrs. Loftman and I. The court agreed that Mrs. Loftman and I were innocent of wrongdoing. We did not spend public money illegally. When we were found guilty on the minor or secondary charge, the court found that we should have taken action in a situation where we did not. That is, the postcard that came from the board in 2019 was sent out without our review, and we should have insisted that the senior board member or members share the draft with us ahead of time. We believed it was reasonable to think that it would be shared with us without having to ask. So the dereliction of duty was given to us since we knew that a postcard was going to go out, but we didn't ask to see the final draft. In everyone's defense, none of us thought that there was anything wrong with the postcard to begin with. In spite of repeated requests, the Auditor of State has not provided clear guidance on what is acceptable for a school district to say about an upcoming levy. The most recent guidance from the Attorney General's office goes back to when Betty Montgomery was Attorney General, and her office provided some guidance by saying that school districts couldn't tell people to vote yes, although some districts still do, and none of them are facing criminal charges. The potential is there for an appeal, as this decision clearly set some new rules that the Auditor of State has not previously given to school districts. For that matter, the decision could also impact cities, townships, police and fire departments, libraries, parks, community hospitals, and any other organization that is funded by public money. This is especially concerning when the state mandates certain services, but provides no funding to implement those mandates. Instead, the state requires the school board to find a way to get the local community to pay for those services. Let that sink in. The state requires the school district to find a way for the local community to pay for those services, but forbids the school district from encouraging the community to do so. Finally, this verdict is not one which prevents me from serving or even suggests that I should no longer serve, and it is my full intention to continue to serve the community and fulfill my term of office. Thanks. Any questions or comments that the board would like to ask? I'm open to your question. All right. All right, going on then, our last agenda item is an executive session.
Oh, I had one more, I'm sorry, a new item.
Okay.
Does the board ever send out like a happy holiday email to our staff? Has that ever occurred?
Not that I know of, but you would certainly be welcome.
Would it be okay if we sent something like, I mean, as a whole board, just happy holidays? I really feel like we need to start bridging that gap and just kind of telling them that we care about them, you know, and we appreciate them.
Sure.
So I don't know if you would want to do that, or you would like, if the board would support me doing it and giving it to Dr. Cozad to send out, if that would be appropriate.
That's fine.
I have no objection.
I would suggest one or two things, that email be created now or one person created.
I think it's probably appropriate for David to draft something.
Okay.
Yeah, just like happy holidays. We hope you enjoy your time.
I would be happy to do that.
Thank you.
I would love to do that. Yeah, I would.
Now we can do executive session.
Okay. Okay, for executive session. The board will meet in executive session for the purpose of considering the employment and compensation of a public employee per revised code 121.22, paragraph G1, for the purpose of discussing details relative to security arrangements and emergency response protocols per revised code 122.22, paragraph G6, and for the purpose of discussing matters required to be kept confidential by federal law or regulations or state statutes per revised code 121.22, paragraph G5, and for the purpose of conference with attorney concerning disputes that are the subject of pending or imminent court action per revised code 121.22, paragraph G3. And I make that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Kinsey? No discussion on the motion. Would you, Mr. Lyon, would you please call the roll?
Mrs. Dorn,
Yes.
Mr. Kinsey,
Yes.
Mr. Price,
Yes.
Mrs. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Carpenter.
Yes, motion passes. We are going into executive session at 8:35. And we anticipate no board action after executive session.
Thank you for
What was
sharing your holiday
Okay, tell me when we're ready.
Last time executive.
All right, it is 11:07, and we are out of executive session. So the only thing left to do is to call for a motion for adjournment. Do we have a motion?
Moved.
Second.
Mrs. Dorn, Mrs. Anderson, I'll call the roll. Mr. Price,
Yay.
Mrs. Anderson,
Yes.
Mrs. Dorn,
Yes.
Mr. Kinsey.
Yes.
Mr. Carpenter is yes. Motion passes. We are adjourned at 11:07. Thank you.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Yep. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas indeed.